Shetty clean bowled. Maybe this time around she was bit down the leg side. Yes, she's back on the off stump. Door of uncertainty. A wide swing by 9 Molly and a big miss. Balls going straight to the wicket keeper, Sachi Dadwal. She is in good form.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, these are certainly good areas here by Sachi Dadwal. These are the kind of balls that can fetch you wickets, and if they are not fetching you wickets, they are at the most giving you dot balls. Sachi Dadwal steaming in, driven uppishly towards mid-on again, this time for no runs. Like I said, the captaincy has improved as we progress towards the end of the tournament. They've placed their best fielders in places where the ball travels more often, or according to the batsmen. Brilliant ball right at the block hole, but driven down, and once again they've managed to steal a single.
And equally well played by Nan Molly, driving it straight past to the bowler for a comfortable single. Although Sachi Dadwal tried her best to stop the ball, diving towards her right, but the ball races.
Yeah, I must say that was well negotiated by Nan Molly.
A good cricket all around, a good bowling, a Yorker length right up to the wicket, and well played by Nan Molly.
Exciting game, I say, this one. Both teams with the eye on that position. Once again, misfielding. This is poor fielding by Qatar. This has to be improved upon towards as the game progresses. That was a definite run-out chance. The batter was not in the frame. This should have been a run-out. The Omani batter survives.
I think, the Omani batters have to communicate properly, a bit of yes and no. This is the third occasion we have been seeing in the first 5 overs. They have to be a little extra careful while calling. This time, Nan Molly trying to place the ball between point and cover area, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. So very good over comes to an end of Sachi Dadwal. She conceded just 2 runs in this over. She has done with her 3, conceding 10 runs and 1 wicket. At the end of 5 overs, Oman comfortably plays at 24, although I would say it's a cautious start, and they lost 1 wicket. Meanwhile, a change in the com box. Would like to welcome my fellow commentator, Pranav Mehta. A warm good evening to you, Pranav.
Thank you so much, Suresh. A warm good evening to everyone. It is. I have someone whom I would like to invite to the comm box. It's a very, very special guest. It is Mr. Mohammed Abdullah Al Amir. He is the board member of Qatar Cricket since December 2021. Believe it or not, I will get back to Mr. Mohammed. It is a wicket for Qatar. What a wicket is that? And it will be Nayan Anil, who will be seeing a new partner soon. It is Fiza Javed, the vice captain of Oman, who is going to be walking back. Hiral Agarwal, she was impressive last year. She will pick up a wicket. What a ball is that, swinging in. And Fiza Javed, having her struggles with the back foot, will be losing her wicket. Coming back to Mr. Mohammed, he's also a part of the Qatar Olympic Committee. He's the head of financial control section since 2013. That's 8 years and ongoing. He's also been a part of hosting the World Championships in gymnastics and athletics 2000 and 2019 consecutively. A very, very warm welcome to you, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much for the host today. Thank you.
Mr. Mohammed, I would like to understand your role in Qatar cricket and how are you involved with the Qatar cricket?
Yeah, like I'm currently responsible for the financial planning for Qatar Cricket Association. I was appointed as the Director of Finance and Administration. I'm responsible for the budgeting, all accounts payable and receivable, and other administration parts such as like accommodation, transportations, and airline tickets.
Okay, that's great, Mr. Mohammed. I would also like to understand on your future plans with relation to Qatar cricket, with relation to women's cricket as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we were appointed like 3 months ago, and we have like big plan for Qatar Cricket Association. Maybe we will have like 2 teams. One team will be responsible for the development of infrastructure of Qatar Cricket Association. Currently, we have like 1 ground, which is grass, and we are looking forward to have 3 or 4 more within like the 3 and 4 upcoming years. The other part or the other team will be responsible for the development of national team. So we have men, we have women, we have like different categories. We have senior, and we have under 19 and under 16. So our plan is to develop the national team players through maybe like hosting more domestic tournaments for the players.
That's fantastic, Mr. Mohammed Abdullah Almir. I believe that everything is strategically planned and you are well prepared for us. And I'm having a difficult time asking you. I want to ask you those difficult questions where I get a little bit of your emotions, but you are amazing. I believe you spend a lot of time on air. Okay, so I have another question for you. I would like to understand the development of women's cricket. Obviously, we realize that a lot of women's cricket is being developed in and around the Gulf regions. We are obviously taking a bite from UAE, who is already doing so well, and they are at a par standard, and we are all looking to catch them up and go even further beyond. So with relation to that, the development of women's cricket and the challenges that you are facing with women's cricket.
Yeah, maybe some of the challenges we are facing currently with Qatar Cricket Association is that we don't have the maybe enough number of women that are participating in cricket in Qatar domestically. But we have we have plans, especially to go, for example, for the school cricket. So we have one plan to visit like 3 or 5 schools every year and to increase it yearly to take the players from the schools. Currently, we have like our senior team is participating, as you can see, in the GCC tournament. We have 3 of the players today are under 19 and will participate in the qualification of the World Cup next June in Malaysia. So we have so many plans to develop the women's cricket in Qatar in the upcoming years.
It is Oman who are 25 for 2 at the end of the power play. 6 overs it is. They have had a cautious start. Qatar have attacked well and they have been doing so well so far. Obviously, both these teams are contending for the second spot. Qatar do realize that they have to capitalize on the net run rate. It's the final day of the GCC Women's T20 Championship Cup here in Oman, and we are bringing you live pictures from Oman Cricket Academy. If you have been along with us, we have Mr. Mohammed Abdullah Almir in conversation with us in the comm box. We are so delighted to have him. He will be along with us for the next few overs. It is Angeline, I believe, for Qatar Cricket, who will be bowling from the near end. She bowled the spell of her life yesterday. Very accurate confirmations coming in. It's Angeline Mar, the lady player for Qatar Cricket, bowling from the near end. She's generally spot on, swinging the ball in under the lights. She will get a little bit of support. There is dew on offer as well as the night progresses. Going back to Mr. Mohammed Abdullah Almir, such a personality he is. It is absolute pleasure talking to him, and he's telling us about the development of cricket in Qatar, wide in the process. Mr. Abdullah Almir, I want to understand about the strategical ties with the countries and boards around you. obviously, I would also include the associations such as ICC and ACC as well. So could you throw some light on those aspects, please?
We would like actually to have a good relationship with like the GCC board members and other countries like in the Middle East. Like recently, we had a meeting with President of Oman Cricket. We discussed about so many things, how to develop the cricket in the GCC region, and we hope for more cooperation in the future between the GCC countries. We also would like to thank the ICC and ECC for their continuous support for Qatar Cricket Association.
It is Qatar who are dominating Oman at the moment. As many as 8 fielders are inside the circle. It is the power play which has ended. The captain, Aisha, is showing her confidence in Angeline Marr. They had a brilliant game yesterday. They won by a massive margin against Saudi Cricket. Did capitalize on the net run rate, but that's not it. Tonight they will have to make additions to their net run rate. Priyanka, the batter with Nan Molly. Nan Molly is struggling at the moment. 4 of 15 balls. She's a massive striker of the cricket ball, but at the moment she's struggling to connect. She is swinging hard. I'll tell you what, if one of the ball connects and she gets confidence, she can be a very, very lethal and dangerous player. She will get a run there. She's not one of the quickest in the field, but I'll tell you what, there will be none strikers that will be more powerful and aggressive than Nan Molly. That was the last ball of the over. Oman are in a sight of bother, 29 for 2. Sure. It is the final day of the GCC Women's T20 Championship Cup. UAE are comfortable at that net run rate and 8 points. Oman are at 6 points. Their net run rate is something they will be worried about considering the start that they have had. Bahrain, Qatar and Kuwait all at 4 points. Net run rate is something that is coming into play on immediate effect. Kuwait and Saudi Arabia obviously have finished their matches. Kuwait will stay at number 5 unless and until Qatar or Bahrain lose by a massive margin. Saudi Arabia with that run rate is going to stay at the 6th position. It's early days for Saudi Arabia. It is only a matter of time. They will get better. They have just started and the road ahead is only going to be much and much more beautiful. It is going to be the pick of athletes is how I would like to put it. Rochelle, one of the fittest and athletic players of Qatar cricket. She's a live wire on the field. To continue with Mr. Mohammad Abdullah Almir. Mr. Mohammad, you have been in Oman for a while now. I'm sure you would have visited a few sites. What would you like to say about the tourism and hospitality of Oman?
Yes, actually, this is my first visit to Oman. It was very, very nice country, very beautiful places to visit in Oman. Very kind people actually in Oman, and definitely I will visit this country again in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammad Abdullah Almir. That will be all for Mr. Mohammad Abdullah Almir for the time being. But we are hoping that we see a lot of Mr. Mohammad Abdullah Almir in Oman on a regular basis. This might be his first visit, but we are expecting you very, very soon. I'm expecting a lot of bilateral series between Oman and Qatar, not only on the women's aspect. Qatar was here in Oman. She is a good striker of the ball. Priyanka, I believe it is a drop catch at mid-wicket. But coming back to Mr. Mohammad Abdullah Almir, Mr. Mohammad, it was a privilege having you with us in the comm box. A very big thank you to you. I hope you have enjoyed your stay so far in Oman, and the best of luck for today's match. I hope the best team on the day wins.
Thank you very much. We hope the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you very much, Chief. Pleasure, pleasure. That was a boundary from the bat of Priyanka Mandonka. She is very talented. Innovative play is that from Priyanka Mandonka. She did sweep Rochelle, the off spinner, finding the boundary. Rochelle, who is bowling from the far end, there are as many as six fielders inside the circle. It is power play number 2. 4 fielders are expected to be inside the circle at the minimum, but Qatar are dominating and they are keeping some extra fielders to make sure the singles are not achieved at ease. It is Oman who are in a little bit of side of trouble. 34 for 2 is where they stand at the end of 8 overs. So that is it from Mr. Mohammad Abdullah Almir, the board member of Qatar Cricket. He did give us some wonderful insights on Qatar Cricket, the development plans for the women's cricket and the cricket in general. He's also a part of the Qatar Olympic Committee. Yes, we did not get a chance to speak a lot about that. They are touring Oman for this wonderful tournament which is being hosted by Oman here. It is the GCC Women's T20 Championship Cup 2022. A sweep from Nan Molly. In the meanwhile, let me take the honors to invite Mr. Amin Wagle, my fellow commentator for the evening. He will be there till the 10th over. Welcome, Amin. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Pranav. It's a warm evening here at the Amerat Turf 1 grounds. And what a start by Qatar. They think they can bundle out Oman quite cheaply here. They've been tight in the field, they've been extremely diligent, and they've been quite athletic in the field, throwing themselves at the ball whenever possible, not letting that 1 or 2 extra additional run go down by. Only thing remaining is probably just tighten a few screws so that they don't give a few extras down here, which has also improved as the match has progressed, driven safely towards long off. Priyanka Mandonka shall get a single for that.
For sure, I mean, Qatar are in control. I would also like to emphasize a little bit on their match planning and match preparations. I'll tell you what, they have noticed that a lot of Omani batters do not play off the back foot, and their field set has been in accordance to that. The fielders behind the wickets have not gone behind. They do realize that back foot cut shots will not be much at offer. The result for that has been that sweep shot which was attempted by Priyanka Mandonka. That was a much needed release shot. And heat is something that you would feel when you're playing in Oman. Summers have come. I played a 50-over league game this morning, and my God, it was hot. I mean, what do you think about the strategical planning of Qatar cricket, and what would be the plan for Oman cricket for the next 5 overs?
Well, looks like they don't need it. They have a foot in the door for the match right now over here. They're playing their best. They're playing they're sticking to their plans. They've done homework, which is what we saw in the previous match against Kuwait, Oman versus Kuwait as well. They've done the right things, so it's probably something that the Omani batters are giving away to the opposition. And Qatar is probably doing something that Kuwait hadn't. They've got a fielder at point, at the boundaries, at backward point. They've got fielders close into the circle trying to cut off the singles. Once again, now this one was a rare misfield and a rare wild attempt to get a run out done. Tell you what, one of these run outs, if they hit, it's a problem. At the end of 9 overs, Oman 40 for the loss of 2 wickets.
You're doing well, man. You're doing well. If you can see the backgrounds, it is the sun setting. Wonderful scenes here at the Oman Cricket Academy. It is one of the most picturesque venues in the Gulf, if not in the world. The beautiful Al Hajar Mountains is what you will see all around. Qatar likes to keep it very tight. Oman are 40 for 2. Vaishali was looking at somewhere around 140, 150. And if they are to get to somewhere around 140, 150, they do need Nayan Molly to accelerate. She's played 21 deliveries for her 8. But more importantly, they need Priyanka Mendonca, the star batter, the number 4, who will not be contributing much, because as we were expecting her to prove today, she did step down and she missed a straight delivery. Rochelle will have the back of delivery was that, flighting it, bringing her ahead, beating her in flight, a little bit of turn, and up goes the fingers and hands and celebrations from the women's cricket team, Qatar women's cricket team. I beg your pardon there. Water being taken. It is a warm evening. What a wicket is that, I mean.
Definitely, what a wicket that was. Beaten by flight, Priyanka Mendonca. And you could see the hint of turn there at the fuller lengths as Vaishali Jasrani, captain of the Omani cricket team, walking down, making her way to the middle to take stock of what's happening. This is simply outstanding planning and meticulous strategizing for a match. They have done their homework. They know what they need to do. This is professional approach here, Pranav. And just as we speak, just a small reminder, we do have one of the world's best T20 tournaments with a similar scoreline, with Chennai Super Kings at 48 for 2 in 8 overs. By that means, Oman's not that far behind, Pranav.
I'll tell you what I mean. For sure, Oman is in a little bit of a bother here. They do not have that firepower right at the end, which is required to accelerate. But all said and done, if Oman can get to somewhere around 120, 130, they would be comfortable from where they are right now. A wonderful drive from Vaishali Jasrani. She is the most experienced batter between both the sides. I would like to put it that way. She's a talent to watch out for. She's been the backbone of Oman cricket. Her role in development of cricket in Oman, especially for women's, has been incredible. The last 5 years, to be specific, has been undoubtedly precious, as good as gold. It is Rochelle who is bowling from the far end. She has been very, very good. Nan Molly is trying to get boundaries, trying to get quick runs. There was a catch drop from the captain there. It is Aisha. She is saying that the next time I will have my fingers pointing upwards. Apologizing and appreciations from Rochelle. She does realize catches will be dropped. Some good cricket from Qatar. The plan for Oman has to be that with 62 balls to go in the first innings, that should be a wide. With 62 balls to go in this first innings, they need to get a runner ball every delivery and a few boundaries and a couples, plus the extras will come, which should get them to 120, 130 at the minimum.
Yep, runs are a bit hard to come by as Vaishali taps that down to point. That shall be a no run. Wonderful bowling here by Rochelle. Even the wicket that was taken was a fantastic beauty of a delivery there. Beaten all ends up, beaten by the flight. Qatar are just sticking to their basics and they're doing their basics well, which is why the result is in their favor right now. And I think the Omani batters will take note of how the pitch is behaving, of how the situation is changing rapidly in this 20-over game. And when they come out to bowl, obviously the same or a better strategy can be employed by them. They've shown that in the previous match as well versus Kuwait, where they were lacking on a few runs. Thrown to the wicketkeeper. That's a close chance as umpire raises his finger. That is tremendous, tremendous success for Qataris. They've struck hard on the hard-hitting batter from Oman.
Nan Molly will be walking back to the pavilion. What a run out is that from Oman. A back foot drive from Vaishali Jasrani, and Nan Molly was charging in immediately. And look how quick is the keeper to whip the bails off. Dragging the bat is something that the coach will be talking to her immediately as she walks back to the pavilion. But today is something that she cannot do much about. She will be walking back to the pavilion quickly. Worries for Oman. It is Rahul Asher, the umpire. He was a part of the World Cup, Under-19 World Cup, which has been recently concluded. He's the umpire who was spot on. She was across the line. You have to be. Bhai, replay milega? Ek aur bar? She was across the line, but did not drag the bat in. Coaches are going to be having a stern word with her.
Yeah, just have a look. She's slow to start off in the first place. As the fielder throws it, it was not a bullet throw to the keeper though. You have a single bounce, and then I think there could be another bounce. No, it went straight down to the keeper's hands. And then, oh, okay. So she failed to drag the bat into it. Maybe a dive would do, but then no. That was just poor basics by Nan Molly in that instance there, which led to the loss of her wicket. Sherlin will continue.
Angeline Marr, it will be, we beg your pardon. Nan Molly will be learning today that on tough days when you do not get going, you have to have your basics right and keep rotating the strike. Runs will come. The field set from Qatar Cricket has been brilliant throughout the tournament. They have got their right fielders at the right positions. They have attacked well. They have gotten as many as 8 fielders in even after the power play to control the situation. They have been quick to take decisions. Aisha, the captain, has a big role to play in that. The coaches, the support staff will be adding their experience. It is the technical aspect. The technical brilliance is what I would like to point out from Qatar Cricket. They do realize that they need to win this match by a margin. It is Saya Channa who will enjoy a boundary of her very first delivery. That was a juicy full toss on her legs, and all that she had to do is just put it away, and she does that very, very well.
What a shot that was. Amazing shot. Just pulled it towards the square leg boundary. Saya Channa making her intentions clear in this one. What was a fantastic period of play for the Qataris. And Saya Channa just comes in and does a thing. On the first ball, what a way to get off the mark. Angeline Mayer, spot on this time around as Saya Channa hits it back to the bowler. Abhi kaun aa raha hai? Oh, that's taken the edge. The keeper misses. Once again, a slight chance of a run out. That was a costly one. Saya Chana is looking dangerous. Will the keeper regret missed opportunity?
I'll tell you what I mean. That was a difficult chance. She was lucky to get her hand to it. And if the coaches are going to be using that a video as a reference for Nan Molly, it is going to be this one where the captain teaches her how to drag the bat. If you don't need to be the quickest. And inside edge, she will get some runs there. The field has been very quick here at the Oman Cricket Academy. A couple of runs for Vaishali Jasrani. She has a very, very important and crucial roles with just over 9 overs to go in this first innings. They do realize that Qatar Cricket are looking at that net run rate.
What about that missed opportunity there, Pranav? I think she was standing a few yards too close to the wicket for somebody of Angeline's pace.
It's a rare opportunity. It was a tough one. If she was a few yards behind, obviously we have to consider the angle. She did get her hand to it. We have to appreciate she is stopping a prospect boundary. At the end of 11 overs, Oman will be in a side of worry. 52 for 4. Saya Channa, the fast bowler from Oman, the opening bowler, has got off to a good start, 5 of 3. And it is the captain, Vaishali Jasrani, who will have to play the main role and stay till the 20th over. She is 5 of 6 balls.
Well, I think she's a pretty handy bat as well. That shot was tremendous. It had pace on that ball, and wow, what a shot that was. I'm still awestruck because of that. Even the missed opportunity which the keeper missed, she slashed at the ball really hard. Her intentions are clear, Pranav.
She does like to strike the ball, and she does strike well. Saya Channa, for you, the fast bowler of Oman. In the meantime, it will be Rochelle who will be looking to continue from the far end. It is also the media center end.
Well, Qatar would be happy with anything around 100 mark, I believe. Do you think they have the batting to reach there? Or do you think the Omani bowlers, that's an appeal, some comic relief there in the middle? But yeah, coming back to the point, do you think Qatar have the batting or Oman have the bowling? From here, I see Oman reaching somewhere around the 100 or 120 mark if they put the gas on the pedal.
I'll tell you what I mean. Oman, if they get to somewhere around 120, the calculators will be out. Qatar will have to chase the target somewhere around the 15 over mark is what I believe. The confirmations will come in from the mathematics experts. The net run rate is in play. They're targeting the number 2 spot, and they have been very clear. The captain Aisha did mention that we want the number 2 spot. Probably another inside edge from the bat of Vaishali Jasrani, the captain of Oman. She is playing in edges at the moment, but she is getting those valuable runs.
Was that an inside edge there, Pranav, or was just the ball too good for the keeper to collect even?
The umpire did not give a bye signal. I believe it was an inside edge. Rochelle has been spot on. Look at those figures, 2.5 overs, 10 for 1. The economy is what I would like to point at. This is the T20.
Yeah, well, she's bowling well, and the pitch is assisting her as well. I mean, the wicket that she got, even though it was tossed up beautifully, once the ball landed on the pitch, it took a ferocious turn and then hit the leg stump. Even though, and then there was some other balls as well where, the ball had turned quite a bit. The Omani batters are finding it difficult to negotiate with them. What do you think about the medium pacers and the spin attack for the Omani guys when they come to bowl?
I'll tell you what. The point that we have to be looking at, Amin, is that the field sets, they have some vacant spaces behind a square and in squarish positions, and they have been pitching the ball up. They do realize that these Omani batters like to play off the front foot as much as 99% of the time. Probably they have ticked a flaw in the Omani batting lineup. They have kept things tight. And the only way that Oman can get a boundary is if they can hit one down the ground over the top. The mid-on and mid-off are in the circle. Offside. Sweeper. Sweeper cover. Two fielders that have been there throughout the innings is the sweeper cover and the deep mid-wicket. They do realize that the cross-batted shots will come into play, and they have kept protections for them. At the same time, they have challenged the Omani batters to play down the ground over the top. Wonderful seam presentation, wonderful late swing is that from Aisha, the bowler, Aisha, the captain, and Aisha, the woman in charge at the moment. She's a talent. She's a talent to watch out for. She did pick up a couple of wickets last evening. She did get 100 as well to her name. She is pumping with confidence at the moment.
Well, Aisha and Sharon certainly turned the heat up. That was a very patient innings. Once again, inside edge by Saya Channa as they will scamper for a single there. Like I said, Shahreen and Aisha, the captain of the Qatari side, had a brilliant outing last evening. I'm surprised they've come out to bat. She's come out to bowl today. She had a bowl yesterday as well, along with Shahreen, and they managed to pick up quite a few wickets as well amongst them. Both centurions in the previous match. Couple of wickets for Aisha, and the last wicket fell to Shahreen. Pulled towards mid-wicket, and was that a catch? Was that an opportunity, Pranav? It did fall a little bit short of the fielder there.
Won't be too harsh on the mid-wicket fielder. She did try her best. Did have a ricochet of a knee probably, is what I believe. Saya Channa, such a powerful striker is she. She is the fast bowler for Oman team. She does open the bowling attack. And a cutter is what I believe was that. Boundaries is something that has been missing so far.
Yeah, I mean, the boundaries have dried up. They do really need to scamper along for singles, push the balls for the singles and doubles, make them open up the field so that a few areas are open for the Omani batters. And just as we speak, Captain Aisha moving Angeline Murray behind towards long off, bringing in the fielder from sweeper inside to point probably. After a very long time, it's taken 12 and a half overs or 12, almost the end of 12 overs or 13 overs for Aisha to get that fielder back in. Driven to mid-on, shy at the stumps. Well, that's unnecessary. That could lead to a few overthrows. Runs from overthrows would really hurt Qatar at this moment. At the end of 13 overs, Oman 57 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Aisha has been spot on, and Qatar has been a miser in conceding runs. Oman are struggling at 57 runs only at the end of 13 overs. In the remaining 7 overs, they need at least another 43 runs. That's over 6 runs per over. Anything less than 43 would be unacceptable for the Omani batters. And believe it or not, her partner in crime is what she calls her. Shaheen will be bowling from the far end to give company to her captain. She did have a 250, almost a 250 run partnership with her captain. That is a catching opportunity. Will fall short of one of the best fielders of Qatar, Rochelle, that was at covers. Saya Channa was looking to get a boundary there. She did swing hard, getting a thick outside edge and falling just short of Rochelle at covers. Vaishali will be the batter on strike.
Yeah, well, they just showed they had a good night's sleep and quite a decent amount of rest after yesterday's match. They both played 10 overs each, I believe, and then came out to bowl, and now they're back again, bowling in tandem. Meanwhile, another inside edge would probably give them a single. Oman reaches 59 for 4.
I'll tell you what, Shaheen has a love for fine leg. And at the moment, Oman are scoring runs thick and fast at fine leg. What a shot is that from the bat of Saya Channa. Driven through the cover region. It will be cut off. Quick running in between the wicket. Is that from Captain Vaishali Jasrani? How to drag the bat is something that she showcased that. Saya Channa is striking well. She's 10 of 9, but she will have to contribute more tonight.
What a pity that ball didn't go all the way to the boundary. That was a fantastic shot, straight off the middle of the bat. Perfect follow through. Once again in the slot, and Saya Channa will scamper around for a single this time around, as the fielder from long off kind of expected the ball to come towards her. Maybe they do know that they do trust their bowlers in the areas that they bowl. The Qatari bowlers have been bowling in the right areas, something of a consistent line and length throughout. As Shaheen comes in for another one, driven once again, this time by Vaishali. It's amazing how they just keep hitting the same line and length at this stage of the match. She's bowling just outside off stump, this time spraying it down to leg side, as Vaishali whips it away towards square leg for a single again. At the end of 14 overs, Oman 63 for 4.
The technique of Vaishali Jasrani is something that the Omani batters would like to learn. She has such a calm head over her shoulders. Oman are in a lot of bother right now. They are in trouble. With just 63 on board, runs are not coming in quickly. 100 is a target which looks far-fetched at the moment. But Vaishali is looking to hang in there. She does realize that runs can be capitalized in the final few overs. But when would Oman look to go all guns blazing is a question that time will only answer. They do have 6 wickets in hand. Lovely strike from Vaishali. Not able to find the boundary, but will get a single there. It is the captain, the other partner in crime for Shaheen, Aisha, the captain. She did suggest that Shaheen is the one who regularly complains about not getting sufficient bowling opportunities. She did pick up a wicket. Yesterday she was the centurion. The strong left-handed batter Shaheen and an equally strong right-handed batter Aisha, but at the moment they have to contain Oman with the ball in hand.
bowling in tandem, Aisha and Shahrin. The reason why we talk about them both so much is because of the fantastic innings that they played. Something similar to Rajnaike, who played for the Bahraini team against Saudi. But this was a well-paced, well-planned out innings, helped by, of course, a lot of extras by the Saudi team. Almost nearly 60 runs had crept through by the Saudi bowlers in terms of extras yesterday, contributing to the Qatari total. Once again, see, this is something that is not really required. They're scampering through for runs. They might as well could have just struck the ball a little bit more harder and then taken the run comfortably, or probably placed it in a certain areas where there are no fielders. But just right now, what has happened is where Vaishali just tapped it down towards mid-wicket, where there is a fielder placed, and then they're trying for the difficult run. Hit an uppishly by Saya Channa, safely into the hands of Angeline Murray. The moment she takes it, she aims at the lights and says that it nearly blinded her. But what a catch and what a safe pair of hands Angeline Murray has. Captain Aisha strikes once again as we see the replay here.
That was a full toss for Saya Channa, but she was not able to get all of it. The captain Aisha is putting in the challenge. She is asking the Omani batters to go over the top behind her, straight down the wicket. And at the moment, the Omani batters do not have an answer to that. The field placement is something that I have to be talking about again and again. There is only one fielder behind the wicket on the offside. They do realize that Omani batters do not play a lot of the back foot, and they have taken an advantage to that. The Omani coaching staff will be working on that aspect. All these women's team have noticed it and set their plans according to that. I'll tell you what, the coaching staff of the Oman women's cricket team is very, very experienced. Haider Ali, Nilesh Parmar, these are names that have played cricket for Oman national cricket team. Quick single, dragging the bat well is Vaishali Jasrani. Such a talent is she for Oman. At the moment, Oman are still in trouble and they're going deeper. 67, and now they have lost the 5th wicket as well. It is 15 overs and 5 overs to go.
Yes, most certainly attractive numbers by Captain Aisha. She's down 2 overs and extremely economical. She's gone for 7 runs and scalped an important wicket of Saya Channa. Joining me in the commentary box, Suresh.
Thank you, Amin. Oman struggling at 67 for 5 at the end of 15 overs. 5 more to go. Half the Omani batters back into the pavilion. Meanwhile, Rochelle continuing from the far end. Vaishali Jasrani, the captain of Omani team, playing the anchor role here. She's at 14 of 22 balls. On the other hand, she's being supported by Bhakti Shetty. She just arrived on the crease, replacing Saya Channa, who was looking brilliant, striking the ball. But unfortunately, she couldn't capitalize on that last full toss and drove straight to the fielder at the mid-wicket area, where Angeline did no mistake. This time, swinging down to the leg stump. A half-hearted appeal by Rochelle.
Rochelle is back into the attack. After taking a breather, she's been good this evening. Coming for the last over of a quota. 11 runs for 1 wicket. That's a fantastic outing by any means in a 2020 match. Bhakti Shetty is the new batter in after that last wicket. Dragging the bat into the crease once again. Risky singles here by the Omani batters. This is what happens when you are pushed back into the innings, struggling for runs. Good ball once again. You can see the hint of turn here on this wonderful track prepared at the Oman Cricket Academy, Turf 1, as Vaishali Jasrani scampers for another single.
I mean, let me tell you, immaculate discipline, line and length bowling shown by a Qatari bowling attack. So far, this is the last ball of Rochelle. This time straight to the off stump. Rochelle quick enough, just a bit of fumble. But fortunately could manage to recover it. So with the end of 16 over, Oman 70 for the loss of 5 wickets. What I was saying, was the bowling. This shows how good the bowling lineup of Qatar was today. They bowled only 5 wide balls till now, and they have given only 5 extra runs. Generally, we see in women's cricket a lot of extras being given. This shows the strategy of Qatari bowler and the team management to stick to the off stump and the stump line, wherein, drawing error from Omani batters. And that's what they succeeded in today. And that's how Oman is struggling at 70 for the loss of 5 wickets. Just 4 more overs to go. Aisha, the woman at the moment, she's running into ball, captain of Qatar. Vaishali on the strike. No, straight to the fielder at the mid-wicket. A dot ball.
Good call by Vaishali. The moment she saw that the fielder was in play, immediately she called a loud no, sending her partner back. You're right, Suresh. The areas that they are bowling is what's leading them is what leads to the few extras. None of them are they're not spraying it down leg side, they're not bowling too wide so that, the batter is trying to search for the ball outside off stump or trying to slog sweep it over to Cow's corner. And I guess that's how you're supposed to be going about in a bowling attack. They know that the Omani batters, once again, there's a tough call. The ball has not been collected by the keeper otherwise. Bhakti Shetty was a goner here. Not all is well for Qatar then. The keeper has missed a catch. She's missed at least 2 runouts. Nearly struggling. She was almost out of the frame. Tell you what, another wicket down here, and Oman is struggling.
A bit of fumble by Trupti Kale, Qatari wicket keeper.
It is fine. Aisha coming in for the 5th ball of the over. Driven well once again by Vaishali Jasrani. They'll run for single. Nope. They can get another one as because of some miss footwork here. Definitely not the way to field the ball, Suresh?
Certainly. Look at the point to be noticed. The person covering up Aisha for the overthrow, Khatija. This shows the commitment shown by Qatari fielding. They are playing as a team. I have been down during my break, and there have been a lot of noise going on the field, backing each other, motivating each other. This time straight to the mid-off for a comfortable single. Vaishali Jasrani playing an anchor role for Oman, the captain of Omani team. She moves to 19 of 28 ball at the end of 17 overs. Oman 75 for the loss of 5 wickets. I mean, 3 more overs to go. Oman at 75 for 5. What do you say now at this moment? What should be the Oman strategy from here on? 18 more balls to go. They are at 75 for 5. Should they go all out? Still they have 5 wickets in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, the Omani batters can now accelerate their innings. They do have 5 wickets in hand. They do need a par score here, and the par score here on this particular track does seem like somewhere around 100 to 110. It would probably give the Omani bowlers something to bowl at, as I'm pretty sure coming from the form and coming from the match yesterday, they must have noticed the Qataris. They do have a strong batting lineup, and 2 of their batters are fresh off a nice 50 to 60 ball century, even though against Saudi, but it still had to be done. Hiral Agarwal back into the attack to bowl her last over of the quota. Once again, spot on. Day before yesterday, while I was doing commentary, there was a Kuwaiti team with an excellent battery of pace bowlers. And again, over here, the Qatari team is showing immaculate sense, bowling the right areas. And if I'm not mistaken, in the previous match, Oman versus Kuwait, the Omani bowlers bowled brilliant areas as well. That's a good shot by Vaishali Jasrani. Should have been one more run for the throw, but they wanted to keep it safe. I think they're seeing off this over from Hiral Agarwal and then probably take on the bowlers from the next over. That should be the plan.
That's what I feel too. Maybe the credit to Hiral Agarwal. If you look at, she's bowling right on the stumps, giving not much room to batter free the arms. Look at this. This time taking the outside edge of the bat and just falling short, maybe leaving wicketkeeper right hand. She tried. Luckily, there was a short third man in place. Taking another nudge of the bat and a little bit away from the keeper.
That goes down 1 for the keeper. Another missed opportunity by the keeper. And okay, so Aisha this time, the culprit. That was a sure shot run out. Vaishali Jasrani was struggling to reach the crease at that instance. However, she will stay to see another delivery by Hiral Agarwal. When all things going right in Qatar's way, a few things can be ignored, I guess. Driven uppishly to Carey as they scamper for another single. Hiral Agarwal unfortunate in the final over as the keeper could not come down to collect the catch that had taken off Bhakti Shetty at that instance. Coming in for the last ball of her quota of 4 overs. Whipped it down to mid-wicket as Aisha does some tidy footwork and Angelina backs her up. Oman ending the 18th over 80 for the loss of 5 wickets.
2 more to go from here on. 80 for 5 Oman. I'm sure, Omani batter must be eyeing at least 100 run, the 3-digit magic number, to have a psychological advantage when they come into ball to the Qatari side. The current run rate of 4.4. They need to score at least 10 an over if they want to reach that magic number of 100. 12 more balls to be bowled, still short of 20 runs for 100. I am sure they will have some plan. They will go all guns blazing now.
I think this is a good wicket, Suresh. The Qatari bowlers have used the wicket very well. The ball is bouncing at all the right areas. They're having a good outing here, the bowlers.
Absolutely. If you look at, they are keeping it very simple. A basic cricket by Qatari bowlers, bowling to the stump line area, a bit outside the off stump. This time, Vaishali Jasrani coming down the track and trying to take it on the full. A rare drop by Sachi Dadwal. Lucky enough, Vaishali Jasrani straight to her. Sachi Dadwal generally a very, very good fielder. Look at this. Aisha tossing it up. Vaishali Jasrani coming down to the track, taking it as a full toss right into the mid-on area. And maybe, could it be a costly miss for Qatari side?
Definitely not. It's too late in the innings right now for Oman. They probably need to be doing this anyways. That was a ball any batsman would have licked, or any batter would have licked their lips at. And she did the right thing, Vaishali Jasrani. She tried to capitalize, to maximize as much as possible. Unfortunately, for the Qatari bowler, she could not. Once again, driven uppishly at mid-on. Oh, that's another chance, and given out. Umpire does not hesitate to raise his finger as Vaishali Jasrani makes her way back to the pavilion. हाँ आया. Close call here by the umpire. What a quick decision. Vaishali Jasrani had made her way back to the pavilion. That good effort by Aisha there, throwing the ball. She collected the ball well.
Unfortunate for Vaishali Jasrani, she walks back. I think what happened, Bhakti Shetty playing back-to-back dot balls, and Vaishali Jasrani wanted to have a strike. This time too full, definitely above the west side. Umpire signaling no ball and a free hit being signaled by umpire. So Aisha has to re-ball this ball again. See, this is what the dot ball creates. Vaishali Jasrani, well-set batsman. Bhakti Shetty couldn't manage to rotate the strike for a couple of balls.
Good bowling change here by Aisha, you believe? It is the 18th over, the penultimate over, usually considered as a once again driven uppishly. It's a free hit. And at the most, just a single. So yeah, this is probably the last over by Aisha. And there have been the other bowlers who have performed really well for Qatar tonight. They could have got back Angeline Mary, I believe. Or perhaps they're just waiting to make a bowl the last over. Sachi Dadwal has another over left. And she's been successful as well.
I guess, they will go with Sachi Dadwal this time. A big swing and a miss straight to the keeper, Aisha. Unlucky this time. Very close to the stump. Amanda De Costa going for a big hit. Looking out for a boundary. Couldn't connect. Aisha running into ball. Amanda De Costa on the strike this time, straight down to the line. Passing hitting it through the bowler, cutting out with the bit of mid-on. No, a very good diving effort by Sachi Dadwal.
That's an excellent effort there by Sachi Dadwal. Rightly deserves all the applause here there by her teammates. That was a sure boundary there by Amanda Di Costa, which brings an end to the over. Oman 85 for the loss of 6 wickets. Sorry for cutting.
What brings Sachi Dadwal to this key not only opens the bowling for them, she does have a good batting ability and she's a live wire on the field. You saw that last ball, she did save the definite boundary and cut off 2 most important runs for Oman. And here she is to bowl the final over for Qatar. Sachi Dadwal. Till now, she bowled 3 overs, conceded 10 runs, and took the very first wicket of Oman, sending Sakshi Vijay Shetty, who was the lady in form for Oman. Sachi Dadwal running in to Amanda Di Costa, this time playing it aerial. Rochelle driving it to her left, couldn't grab it, and Carey coming up quickly to recover it. Amanda to settle for 1 run. Look at this, she's trying to hit through the cover area. The ball is in the air. Rochelle, a diving effort, excellent effort, commitment, commendable. Superb fielding effort shown by Qatari field today.
Most certainly, that's an excellent effort there shown there by Rochelle. Probably rubbing her knees by now. Sachi Dadwal, once again, excellent bowling. That is worth every applause here. The last 4 balls have been excellent for Sachi here. First in the field and now with the ball in hand, she is on fire. Once again, brilliant line and length, but Amanda Di Costa has got the better of that. That ball shall race down to the boundary. 4 runs as Oman moves to 90 for the loss of 6 wickets.
A well-needed boundary for Oman, coming to the bat of Amanda Di Costa. She's trying to throw bat on every ball now. 3 more balls to go. 3 final balls for Oman. A rare boundary being given by Sachi Dadwal.
It's been almost, I think, 10 overs since the last boundary had come through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the boundaries are rare to come by for Omani batter in this inning. This time down to the wicket, trying to clear the mid-on area. No, the ball went to the mid-wicket. Maybe, yes. Yes or no bit again. Bhakti Shetty fall off. She's run out.
In good cause, I believe. That still puts Amanda Di Costa back on strike as the 7th wicket falls for the Omani team. Hit uppishly towards mid-wicket. And the fielder comes in, Angeline Murray, throws it back to the bowler who was backing behind the stumps, and Sachi Dadwal once again in the mix of things. The ball's not leaving her. She's finding herself in every situation, in each and every kind of situation that is possible on the field. She's done a brilliant fielding effort. She's managed to get a good wicket. She's bowling the right areas, and now partnered with Angeline Murray for a run out. 5th ball coming up for Sachi Dadwal, driven beautifully. The ball went through the legs of Sachi Dadwal, and the ball shall beat both the fielders, dissecting both the fielders at long on and long off for a boundary.
Absolutely, this is the power hitting. What a shot by Amanda Di Costa. Right in between the legs of Sachi Dadwal, ball raising like a tracer bullet to the boundary. No chance for a long on or long off fielder to cut it off. It was a hard hitting shot by Amanda Di Costa. 1 more ball to go. This time again, down the track, this time through the covers area, the ball is raising to the boundary, but this time it will be cut off. Maybe I think it is Khatija on the boundary. Oman is going for a 3rd run. Oh my God, they lost another wicket. But nevertheless, it was the last ball. They could manage to complete 2 runs, and this moves Oman to 97 for 7 at the end of the 20 overs quota. Look at this, he tried to rack it to the cover region. Rochelle, a diving effort, and a good stop by Khatija on the boundary.
I believe the last 2 overs definitely belongs to Sachi Dadwal. You find her in the mix of things again. And she manages to effect another run out, a brilliant throw from the deep by Angeline Marie. Which brings an end to Oman's innings. And Qatar have a task. With the scorecard in front of you, at the end of 20 overs, Oman 97 for the loss of 8 wickets. Top scorers, Vaishali Jasrani playing a responsible captain's innings in 33 balls, was run out by Aisha. And Amanda De Costa playing a handy innings of 13 in 7 balls. And Fiza also 13 of 13, rounding it off as the top 3 scorers for Oman. In the bowlings department, well, runouts are the highest wicket takers. However, Sachi Dadwal bowling brilliantly, with Hira Agarwal getting another wicket, Shirlene getting another wicket, and Aisha also rounding off her quota of 4 overs with another wicket. Coming up, the Qatari innings after a short break. See.
do we have on our hand? It is the final day of the GCC Women's T20 Championship Cup 2022, and we are bringing you live pictures from Oman. That is the match referee in black, Mr. Shankar. Along with him is Zishan Siddiqui, and that is the umpire, Rahul Asher. Smiles all around. It is the GCC Women's T20 Championship Cup live here from the Oman Cricket Academy, ground number 1. Bollywood plays such an important role in influencing lifestyles all around the world. And it was umpire Rahul Asher visualizing the scene from the movie Pushpa. Such an experienced campaigner is Rahul Asher. He is obviously recently been at the Under-19 World Cup, which has recently been concluded. One of the most experienced umpires in Oman. And this is the all-important match between Oman and Qatar. So much is at stake here. That is Mr. Mohammed Almir. He was with us at the comms in the first innings. He is a board member of Qatar Cricket. He's travelled all the way for the very first time to Oman to support his teams. He did throw a lot of light on how important and how much of work is being put. Yes, we have a lot of people who have visited to support both these talented sides. Oman have scored 97 runs and they will be rushing into the field to defend that. 98 is what Qatar needs to win this all-important encounter, but that will not be all. 98 runs is not that Qatar is looking at. They are looking at the second position of the GCC Women's T20 Championship 2022. And to do that, they will have a target number of overs to do so. The net run rate comes into play. They are currently at the 4th position. UAE have fancied their chances against Bahrain, and Qatar are expecting UAE to have a big margin win. It is Shruti and the very, very experienced Shaheen. Such a sweet timer of the ball is Shaheen for Qatar, the strong left-handed batter. She generally looks to face the first delivery, and she is walking towards the striker's end. A champion contender is what is Shaheen. Very, very strong. She loves the fine leg region. Once the spinners come into play, anything a little bit wide on the legs, and she targets the fine leg boundary, chewing a gum, and with that strong bat is when she will be taking the guard. I believe it is the middle stump guard is what she will be looking at. It is umpire Rahul Asher. The very, very experienced umpire Rahul Asher is how I should be putting it, as one of the best in line. And to get things on the way for Oman, it will be Bhakti Shetty, who will be bowling from the near end. It is also the Oman LNG end. A juicy full toss is what she will start with. Won't get off the mark is Shaheen. She was looking to strike that ball to Moon and back. Did not get the connection right. It's only a matter of time. And I'll tell you what, if Shaheen gets going, these 98 runs can be achieved in no time. She is the centurion yesterday. She, along with her captain, put on almost a 250-run partnership against Saudi Arabia. But this is a different attack. Looking for the run out was the mid-on fielder there. To join me along in the com box, it is Suresh. What a match do we have on our hands, Suresh? What are you expecting from this match? So much is at stake. Pressures and nerves all around.
Thank you, Pranav. Indeed, we are expecting a thriller here. Oman setting target of 98 for Qatar. We are into first over. I think the bowling strategy for Oman. They would love to bowl to the stump line, not allowing in particular Shireen to free her arm because we know how dangerous she is. Bhakti showing a very good pace, pitching it up, almost yorking, but the line was a bit outside the off stump. A good young talent for Oman, pace bowling, Bhakti Shetty. Lovely ball. Look at the late in swing. She is trying to generate a good pace from this track. We saw that late in swing, last ball. The ball just missing the off stump. Shruti, lucky enough.
Oman is bowling under the lights. This is home conditions for Oman. Shruti is getting that late inwards movement. And it is, I beg your pardon, it is Bhakti Shetty who is getting a late inward movement. She will get a couple of runs on this occasion of an inside edge. That's the end of the first over. Qatar are 3 for no loss at the end of the first over.
Coming back to your question, Pranav, what Oman strategy should be, I think their bowlers need to be backed up by excellent fielding today, not giving any additional freebies, extra run, and they need to cut off the balls. They have to catch their chances because they have mere 96, 97 run to defend, in fact. So they have to play out of their skin today to defend this total because we know how dangerous Shireen is, and coming down the order, Aisha, both the centurion are full of confidence. When you score 100, you have a lot of confidence in your ability. Meanwhile, Saya Channa from the far end for Oman. This time, Shireen wanted to hit through the mid-wicket area, the ball going to the square leg, straight to the fielder, no run.
I'll tell you what, this is the first time in this entire tournament I have seen some swing on offer for Saya Channa. Getting her release right. The seam position, the wrist is what she would have worked on. And that was only for a ball. The very next ball she hits the deck and loses a swing. It is Qatar Cricket who would not just be looking to win this game. They would be looking to capture the second spot. And believing the word from our expert statistician from Oman Cricket, Mr. Zishan Siddiqui, who is also the video analyst for the Oman national cricket team, he states that Qatar will have to chase the target of 98 runs in 16 overs. So it is 16 overs that Qatar will be looking at. Shaheen is looking to accelerate and go all guns blazing. There is a little bit of swing on offer for the Omani bowlers. Saya got it for a single delivery, and ever since, she's just lost that release point once again. She will have to work hard in the days to come. What this live telecast has done is that it has pitching the ball up, still no swing. Wonderful piece of fielding is that at mid-on. Won't stop Shireen from picking up a single. She is shaking her head in disgust. She would have loved a boundary there. That is the opening batter of the Oman women's cricket team. Sakshi Vijay Shetty putting in a dive. They do realize that they haven't got a target that they would be looking at. 130, 140 is what Oman women's team would be looking at. They are 30, 40 runs short. But with some competitive fielding tonight, they can hold on to the second position. Obviously, they would be looking to win this game. If they win this game, they're through to the second position for sure. But just in case if they lose this match, Omani fans would be hating with me saying that. Priyanka Mendonka charging in. 2 runs to Shruti Bain. With 2 overs gone, Qatar have had a patient start. 6 for no loss.
Good to see a steady opening by Omani bowlers as well. Till now, they haven't conceded even a single run in extra. A good plot. And that's how Oman, if they continue in this way, Qatari batsmen have to work really hard to earn their runs. Bhakti Shetty running in from the near end. A good off stump, a wide swing by Aisha. No much footwork from Aisha. Trying to throw her bat, couldn't connect it. I can't see any slip or maybe a catching position because we saw the first over of Bhakti Shetty. She is having some swing, a late swing. Look at this. Pranav, what do you say? Should be, Vaishali Jasrani should bring maybe a fielder or two for a catching position, at least for Shireen. If they can see the back of Shireen in the beginning itself, this will be a big advantage for Oman. What do you say?
I'll tell you what, slip is a specialist catching position. I'm not very sure that any of these women's cricketers have been trained to fill that role. If they have, slip is an amazing option to have right now with the swing that Bhakti Shetty is obtaining. It is Saya Channa who's going to be learning from Bhakti Shetty some really important tricks of trade. If Saya Channa needs to be opening, lovely away movement, brilliant release. Bhakti Shetty is keeping things tight. It is Saya who has been successful, but it is just not enough to be successful. You need to get your acts right. And for me, if you're not swinging the ball in helpful conditions, you're getting a lot of things wrong. With time, it will be Saya Channa who will be learning to swing the ball. Just hitting the deck and getting the ball to the other end is not sufficient. Wonderful piece of bowling from Bhakti Shetty. The mid-on had moved to the long-on position, realizing the power of Shireen. She's a massive striker of the ball. And Oman would like to keep a lot of things tight right now. 7 for no loss. It is almost the third over. This is not a start that Qatar would be looking at. A lot would rely on Aisha, the captain of Qatar team. Fielders have been spot on and in the right position. That will be a one run over from Bhakti Shetty. Wonderful over from Bhakti Shetty is how I would like to put that as. And, and at the end of the third over, it'll be Qatar who will be standing at 7 for no loss.
A wonderful display of swing bowling by Bhakti Shetty, a young talent of Oman bowling lineup, conceding just 1 run in her previous over, 5 dot ball. That does put a lot of pressure on Qatari batters. Meanwhile, Shaya Channa running in from the far end, Shireen on the strike, right onto the stump, a good length ball, doesn't allowing any room to Shireen to free her arms. A good ploy by Omani bowlers, keeping it to the stump line area, not giving any room for the Qatari batter, because they know how dangerous Shireen is. She hits the ball very hard the moment she gets to freeze her arm. This time she could manage to clear the cover area. There is a cover in place. Have to settle for single, although it was aerial, but safe. Shireen moves to 4 of 14 balls. Shruti on the strike for Qatar. This time trying to hit down the bowlers, straight to the bowler. Dot ball. So far good over by Saya Channa. We are in 4th over of power play. This time little wavered. The ball did swing, but the ball was too wide. Umpire signaling it as a wide ball. I guess this is the very first wide ball of Omani bowling lineup. So far, they were good with their line.
I'll tell you what, Saya Channa has been very, very impressive this evening. But in contention, a little bit of movement finally for Saya Channa. She has shown on and off that she has the skills. It is only that she's not been able to implement them. She is a very, very hard worker, Saya Channa. We did see her bat well in the first innings. There is a little bit of movement for Saya Channa. That is a catching opportunity. She will be putting it down. That's a wonderful effort. All credit to Saya Channa for even getting hands to the ball in her follow through. That ball was traveling from Shruti Bain. Lovely to see some kids enjoying this wonderful event. They are the future stars. It is only a matter of time that they will be on the field. And they have realized that they are on the screen. Shruti Bain is looking to be a little watchful. At the end of 4 overs, it is Qatar who are 9 for no loss. Just a 2-run over was that from Saya Channa. She has kept it tight and she's done well.
Qatar started cautiously, making sure they don't lose any wicket in the power play. They are at 9 for no loss. I think Vaishali Jasrani continuing with Bhakti Shetty, who is bowling very, very good display of swing bowling. Very focused, young, talented girl. She's into her 3rd over. Shireen facing this time again. Look at this. a very good player. She knows where she is bowling. She is not allowing Shireen to connect the ball, and Shireen is trying to reach the ball. No footwork from Shireen. It's not easy, as we saw in the last match against Saudi Arabia, against very average bowling. Here they are playing against quality attack of Oman. Bhakti Shetty swinging the ball, this time onto the stumps, and Shireen could manage to hit it through the mid-on for a comfortable single.
I'll tell you what, it is all respect to the captaincy of Vaishali Jisrani. She did realize that Qatar haven't got off to a start that they would be looking at, and they will be looking to capitalize in this final 2 overs of the power play. And she has stuck on to Bhakti Shetty, who has been the pick of bowlers. She has got a little bit of swing and away movement swing for the very, very lethal and aggressive and attacking Shireen Nawab Khan Bahadur. She's a talent to watch out for. Wonderful effort at mid-wicket by Amanda, I believe it is. Will get a single. Shruti Bain. That was the ball prior to that was a brilliant strike from Shireen, but it is Vaishali Jisrani who's been spot on this evening. She did make sure that long on was in place for Shireen. She does realize that Shireen is a wonderful striker of this cricket ball, and every time she hits the ball, it stays hit. But with right fielders in the right positions, it will get difficult for Shireen. Also, it is all respect. Look at that fielding. Wonderful piece of fielding by these Omani young women. They have been all over Qatar at the moment. They also realize that Qatar will be looking to win this match, and looking to win this match convincingly to make sure that they have a chance at the second position. With 97 runs on board for Oman, they had to come and be very accurate, not give a single extra would be the ideal situation. And they have been very neat and tidy this evening. Both the opening bowlers, Saya Channa and Bhakti Shetty especially, because she is swinging the ball, yet she has been very accurate. What a talent is Bhakti Shetty. Wonderful drive. Saya Channa will be in the way. At the end of 5 overs, Qatar are very patiently placed at 12 for no loss. Rahul having a soft word with Shireen. I'm pretty sure that Qatar wouldn't be panicking with the amount of runs that they got from the bat of Shireen and Aisha in their match against Saudi Arabia. Captain Vaishali will stick to her opening bowlers.
Driven beautifully down the ground by Shireen. She's the senior partner here.
Let me take some time to introduce the change in com box. It will be Amin who will be replacing Suresh.
Hello, Pranav. Good to see you again. As Channa comes back in for another delivery. Good areas once again. The entire day, the entire evening, we've seen the bowlers hitting the deck hard, hitting the deck at the right areas. The pitch is behaving really well, much to the bowlers' liking. And some excellent fielding efforts by the Omani team in the field today. A lot of those singles have been cut out. Sure shot boundaries have been stopped this evening. Yes, there have been a fumble or two here and there, even by the Qatari team, but they are spot on tonight. They know what's up at stake. What do you reckon, Pranav?
For sure, I mean, Oman is a very, very strong side. Definitely, I wouldn't be wrong in saying that they're the second most strongest side in this tournament. The points table does suggest that as well. Looking for a big heave was Shruti Bain. A very strong appeal. Well fielded. Samira Khan, I believe, is the fielder there. There was a collision. And Shireen has been given out. Believe it or not, there was a collision between Shireen and the fielder there. Vaishali will hold up the appeal and Shireen will be walking back. What a wicket is that for Oman. They needed a wicket here. They have got the almighty important wicket of Shireen.
Freak accident there as Shireen collided with the player and failed to ground the bat, and umpire Rahul Asher has no hesitation in giving that dismissal. As you can see, that was some tardy effort there at the boundary ropes where the Omani field is collided as well, and then quickly collected and thrown it back to the keeper Vaishali Jasrani, who did not waste any time in giving, and just in time, as you can show, that's excellent umpiring by Rahul Asher, who did not fail to notice that Shireen had not grounded her bat, even though she was in the crease. Once again, this is where you are testing basics of the cricketers here, testing their basics. That's wonderful, wonderful breakthrough for the Omani team here as the in-form Shireen walks back to the pavilion.
I'll tell you what, I mean, there was an accident there. There was a collision, but even if the collision didn't occur, Shireen would still be struggling. The fast hands of Vaishali Jisrani was in the way of her being furthermore at the wicket. This 2 balls to Sachi Dadwal is the new batter. Such a talent is Sachi Dadwal, and she needs to stand up for Qatar today. It is one thing to have the talent, and it is another to do justice with it. Sachi Dadwal, a very impressive technique is what she holds. Shuffle trigger and soft hands, holding the number 17 on her back. Qatar will be 15 for 1 at the end of the power play.
Going on with the proceedings, Qatar 15 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of 6th over as Snehal Nair is brought into the attack. Once again, tight fielding there by Samira. Snehal Sashi Dadwal, she had a brilliant day, a loud appeal, not given by the umpire. Sashi Dadwal is in the middle as a result of that freak run out that Shireen had.
I'll tell you what I mean. Sachi Dadwal has this tendency of shuffling and coming in line of the stumps. That is a similar. That's a big hit. And a wonderful catch is taken. Believe it or not, Qatar are 2 down here. It will be Shruti Bain who will be walking back to the pavilion. Sachi Dadwal will be joined by the captain shortly, but it is time for celebrations in the Oman camp. They are very much in control of this match. 90, 100 are such tricky targets, and Oman are making the most of it. Just 98 to win is what Qatar needed. They haven't capitalized on a start. 15 for 2 is where they stand. Nair will have a wicket of the very first delivery.
Nerves, nerves. The teams need to have a nerves of steel. It's game on here as Oman have struck twice in succession here. Snehal Nair giving that perfect ball, tempting the batsman to go for the big shot as she hits it, and straight away mid-on came into play and takes a wonderful catch. Safe hands there. Captain Aisha nudges it down for a single. Quick running between the wickets. That was Sachi Dadwal, who's now off the mark. यहाँ पे वो रूल्स फॉलो नहीं होते क्या कैच लेने के बाद? Once again, beautiful area straight into the block hole for the new batsman, for the new batter, Aisha. Snehal is continuing the good work that Oman has been doing throughout this innings. And she will have to go back to again to reball that.
Every time I see this slow in swinging Yorkers, it reminds me of the UAE captain who was a master of that art. Aisha is playing cautious and she is taking her time. She would want a win here, even if it doesn't finish her Qatar in the second position. She would want a win here against Oman. It will boost so much of confidence of the Qatar team. There is a change in the field. The graphics are lagging behind a little bit. Snehal did pick up the wicket of the very first ball. Apologies for the same. But the graphics will be edited in a while. Bye. The bowler who impressed us the most last evening. Huh? She starts off brilliantly. Priyanka Mendonka, the champion for Oman women's team. She wasn't bowling well in this tournament to start off with. But yesterday, she changed her tactics. She removed those loopy flighted deliveries. She started bowling flatter. And ever since, she's asked so many questions. Samira Khan being the culprit of the misfield. Look at that running between the wicket from Sachi Dadwal. She's very, very quick. She has a mind for cricket. She gets a lot of things right here. Priyanka Mendonka Minimum flighted deliveries is what Priyanka Mendonca is bowling. Presence of mind is what we are talking about. And there is Samira Khan who is sitting down to make sure that she makes way for the throw.
There is purchase in the pitch. For a good ball, if you give it a rip, I'm pretty sure it should turn. We have seen that in the first innings. Do you think there's a presence of moisture in the pitch or on the ground as well, which is making hard for the Omani batsmen to collect the ball, or maybe probably it's slipping past their hands?
I'll tell you what, there is surely a little bit of moisture. Dew is something that will not be a lot because there is a little bit of turn on offer. The fielding has been spot on for this women's Oman team. Not bowled many extras is Oman. They've kept things tight and they've kept things in control. Priyanka Mendonca, the left arm spinner, holding the number 28 jersey. I believe that's her birthday. She's a brilliant fielder. She won't let that one go through. That'll be the end of her over. We will get the scores right in a while. At the end of seventh over, it is Qatar who are 17 for 2. The scorers have got the scores right. In the meanwhile, it is the end of the 8th over. I beg your pardon. Qatar are 21 for 2. They have a massive chase on hand here. Snehal Nair will be bowling a second over. She has picked up a wicket already.
The Qatari batters have their task cut out. Sashi Dadwal standing way outside her leg stump. Any loose ball, she's going to wind up and muscle it down for boundaries. Just like that one. That's a beautiful drive, and once again a misfield. Oman team needs to tighten a few screws there. They're leaking runs. Just even though they are singles or doubles, I still feel they can just spruce up or tighten up the field a little bit. They can't afford to give free runs at a juncture like this. They don't have a big target at hand or a big target to defend. Snehal Nair steaming in, played uppishly by Aisha for another run. So Pranav, in the first innings, we did see the Qatari captain, Aisha. She, for a very long period of time, even after the power play, she had her mid-on and mid-off up. She had the sweeper fielder outside the circle. She had her square leg fielder outside the circle. No fielders behind stumps. Stopping each and every single that was coming. Brilliant chance there, just a tad bit late by the fielder to hand over the ball back to Vaishali Jasrani. That's a chance missed. Like I said, you need the fielders at the right position so that the ball is circulated around the field quickly and stop the singles and the doubles, which in the first innings we saw the Qatari captain do. Dried up the runs for Oman. Oman lacking something here, Pranav?
Oman have been spot on. I'll tell you what, if you are the Qatar captain and you were told that Oman will be less than 100 all out, not all out, I believe, restricted to less than 100 in the stipulated 20 overs, you will take it on any given day. They are a very good side. And in return, if Oman were told that chasing that 98 to win, if Qatar are 25 for 2 or somewhere around that at the end of 9th overs, the captain would be all smiles. Fielding has been very, very good. Rarely has there been some mishaps. At the end of the ninth over, it's Qatar who are struggling and struggling big. They are 26 for 2.
They're not struggling. Priyanka Mendonca continuing with the proceedings here at the turf one at Amerat. It's a hot, humid day. It's been a hot, humid day since morning. My fellow commentator Pranav has just played a 50-over match and come.
For sure, I mean, I could see stars in the shining day. It was hot and it was humid with zero wind blowing across, absolutely hot and humid conditions. 50 overs is something that you don't want to play.
And the Omani women's team and the Qatari women's team are continuing that. You can realize that when it comes to their fielding, a few balls are slipping from the hands of the fielders. They're finding it tough to gather the ball and have that quick release.
I'll tell you what, every time it's a hot and humid day, there has to be a little bit of dew. And dew will have a very important role to play. But all said and done, Omani women's team have been spot on. This is by far one of their best performances of this tournament. Especially with the ball, they have been very, very good.
Turn and bounce, even though it was outside, off, wide offside off, beats the batsman. Priyanka Mendonca showing the brilliant skills she has. Got to give it all tonight to get that coveted second spot in this GCC T20 championship. Quickly collected and thrown back as the batsmen or the batters scamper for a single. Priyanka Mendonca with her fifth ball. Fine-tuning the field. It's very important that the outfield, the fielders are placed accurately. Hidden up Pishley. The fielders are trying to converge, but lands safely. Long off was put outside the circle. Could not make it in time. As a result, that's a chance for Aisha, nevertheless. Sakshi Dadwal once again trying to have a very wide setup, setting herself out way outside leg stump. A ploy on purpose, Pranav?
She has a very intelligent field setup. For Aisha, she has the fielders in deep. And for Sachi Dadwal, the players come in. She is getting a little bit of turn. At the halfway mark, Qatar are 28 for 2 and in a lot of trouble.
Nihal Nair will continue as we progress towards this interesting chase by Qatar. The Omani bowlers have been spot on from ball one. They're bowling good areas, good pace. We just saw a brilliant over by Priyanka Mendonca, getting good purchase of the pitch. Meanwhile, in the commentary box, joining me is Suresh. Good boundary there by Sashi Dadwal, setting up herself with a wide base. That was Aisha.
Thank you, Amin. Qatar struggling at 32 for 2 at the halfway mark. A superb bowling by Omani bowlers today, hardly conceding any runs. A very disciplined line and length. Snehal Nair into a third over. She has conceded 11 runs and had one success to her name. Meanwhile, for Qatar, it is Aisha at 9 of 7. Sachi Dadwal this time ball taking the inner edge, flowing down to the square leg, fine leg area. Just a single. A good off stump line. Lucky enough this time, Aisha. The ball didn't drag to the stump.
Comparatively an expensive over here by Snehal. She's gone for a boundary. She's gone for a couple of singles. Should want to end the over well. Played uppishly towards point and the ball is hit it. Oh, what a throw there by the fielder, but Aisha making it just back in time. The Omani fielder Fiza must have thought that, oh, she's a goner. But nevertheless, an excellent effort. That was a quick release and throw, just a fraction of seconds sooner. Aisha would be a goner.
Look at this. A very clean pickup. And look at that par in the throw, right onto the top of the stumps. And Aisha just could manage to make her ground. She is fortunate enough to survive. All round a good cricket, a good ball, a well-placed shot, and a brilliant fielding effort by Fiza. Jersey number 40 for Oman.
There was no fault in Fiza's collect and release. I think it was pretty much okay. She was a goner, as we could see. Drifting down leg. Will not take a run. I mean, the basics have been excellent by all the cricketers here in this league. You can see them doing all the basics right. You do find the odd goof ups, but then that's okay. Some of them are really young. Snehal Nair coming in for the last ball of a over. Will negotiate it safely. And Qatar at the end of 11 overs, 34 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, 7.11. So at the end of 11 overs, Qatar at 34 for 2. They need another 64 runs from 9 overs. Required run rate 7.11. I think Qatari batter have to take chances now if they need to make up this target of 97 set by Omani batting first. Meanwhile, there is a bowling change for Oman. Amanda Di Costa into action. She has a very good match yesterday late evening against Saudi Arabia. She managed to have 5-wicket haul.
And once again, turn and bounce as soon as she is brought on. And this is where things start getting interesting, Suresh. You have the required run rate creeping up the lower sevens. Probably another good ball would probably take it to the higher sevens. 7 runs, 7.5 runs and over. This is where the batters would start feeling the pressure to have that release shot, to go to try some fancy shots. Oh, that's a loud appeal, but no, the umpire not interested. I think that was very, very close, Suresh.
Indeed it was, Amin. But umpire thinks otherwise. Let's look into replay. The ball was pitched onto the leg stump. It was very close call. Maybe the umpire felt the ball leaving the leg stump.
Yeah, with the kind of pitch today, you do know that she's spinning the ball well. Once again, that's a flatter ball down, misfield by the Omani fielder, Snehal. She's had a long over. She's just come off from a long over. And Priyanka Mendonka shall clean up and pass the ball on to the keeper, Vaishali Jasrani. But yeah, I think the ball just, I think the umpire must have thought that the ball could grip onto the surface and turn down leg side. But otherwise, it was a very close call. It was hit on the full. Amanda Costa, fresh off a 5-wicket haul from last evening. Coming in for ball number 4. Loose ball, and she should be fortunate. She is fortunate getting away with that loose ball. It was short, it was wide. Captain Aisha trying to take a big swing, but missing nevertheless, and wonderfully collected by keeper Vaishali Jasrani. Coming in for ball number 5. That is a much better line. Once again, Captain Vaishali Jasrani, beautiful, beautiful collection behind the stumps. The pressure building up, like I said, another couple of dot balls, and now it's nearly 7.5 runs and over.
Absolutely, I mean, Vaishali Jasrani today, she is oozing with confidence, batted well, contributing valuable 23 run of 33 in the first inning, and she's showing some sharp skill of wicket keeping this time down the leg side. Again, a misfield by Sneha could leak one more run. Aisha moves to 14 of 16 balls. Amanda Di Costa conceding 5 runs in her first over. So at the end of 12 overs, Qatar 39 for 2, still requiring 59 runs to win this match. The required run rate creeping to 7.38.
Here are this wonderful Amerat grounds in Oman. Turf 1 is where all the action is happening. It is Oman versus Qatar. Both teams vying for that vital second spot on the table. Qatari captain Naisha and Sashi Dhadwal. Oh, what a day she's had. The last 3 overs of the Omani innings, Sashi Dhadwal was everywhere. She was fielding, she was catching, she was bowling the right areas.
Meanwhile, there is another bowling change for Oman. This is Samira Khan from the near end. 2 wide this time. Wide signal by umpire. Very true. An amazing opportunity for these women cricketers to play under this international quality pitches and the facility provided by Oman Cricket Academy. Another wide ball by Samira Khan, I think. Good to see Vaishali Jasrani quickly having a word with Samira. And maybe she's saying, just have a breather.
That's right. I think she must do that. She needs to go back to the bowler and say, look, you have conceded a couple of wides. You have conceded a single or so. You just need to calm down and try and get your basics right. They still have a huge run rate over there. Once again, driven down and ricochets off Samira Khan, and the ball will beat everybody there and head down for a boundary. Much needed boundary for the Qatari batter, Sashi Dhadwal. Like I said, what a day she's having.
What an effort by, if you look at Saya Channa, throwing her body to stop this boundary. Brilliant fielding effort by Saya Channa.
Samira Khan steaming in once again, a full toss. Fields it off her own bowling. However, there's nobody to back up, so she wouldn't have a shy at the stumps. This is where the captaincy, the strategy, the coaching manuals are being brought out, as Oman needs to restrict this tight score of 97, needs to restrict Qatar from reaching that 7 runs per over mark. Like I said, just one good over and the required run rate is back down to 6.5. Once again, a wide, straying down leg side. Vaishali Jasrani spending some time trying to make Samira realize that, look, you just have to get done with an over.
Maybe I think, Samira is trying to go for a pace. She's trying a little bit too much from her side, it looks like. Maybe she should focus more on the off-stump line, get the length and line right, and then try to get the pace. This time a full toss ball, and I'm sure she will not miss. Aisha, she's a very good hitter of cricketing ball, and she racked it to the mid-wicket area for a boundary, a welcome boundary for Qatar. Aisha moves to 18 of 17.
Expensive over here by Samira. She's leaked 12 runs. That's nearly 2 overs worth of runs. The Omani bowlers will have a tough time coming back from this over here. 3 more balls remaining in the over. As she comes in, once again, this time a much better line, although the length could have been improved upon. Nevertheless, the Qatari batters will take a single. 2 more balls to go in the over.
Interesting to see a small partnership being built between Sachi Dadwal and Aisha. A good rebuild work being done here by these Qatari batters. This time outside off stump, hitting back to the bowler, a little bit of fumble by Samira Khan again, but a good backup by Nayan Moli Anil, creating a dot ball. This partnership is looking dangerous now. Sachi Dadwal at 15 and Aisha at 19 after the fall of that 2 back-to-back wickets for Qatar. This time again taking it full toss. Jersey number 3, Amanda De Costa.
Tough chance there.
Half chance, we would say.
Yep.
Although she tried to put her left hand to the ball, but she couldn't manage to grab the ball.
And believe it or not, that's the end of the over for Samira Khan. Qatar ending the 13th over at 53 for the loss of 2 wickets as the players take a breather.
The most expensive over of the innings so far, Samira Khan conceding 14 runs in this over. And this brings the required run rate from 7 down to 6.43 for Qatar. Qatar still needing 45 runs to steal this match. Currently placed at 53 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of 13 overs. As I was saying, this partnership is looking dangerous now. They are not only now scoring runs, but they are scoring at brisk rate.
Well, this is bound to happen, they would target one particular bowler. They cannot keep it tight. They cannot keep silent for a very long period of time. The run rate was creeping up. Once again, Amanda De Costa once again into the attack, and she's at it straight away. She's had a brilliant last evening, and today once again she gets turn and bound. She's bowling the right areas. This one was a dot. Even a single dot ball is creating ripples in the required run rate graph. Just a moment ago it was 6.2 and now it's back to 6.6. I think Oman will take anything above 7 at this stage. Bowling it wide. She's turning, she's giving a tweak to the ball, although it's dewy conditions. There's a lot of dew on the wicket there, but still she's managing to get some purchase off the wicket. What do you reckon, Suresh?
Absolutely, I agree with you, Amin. Meanwhile, I can see both the first 2 balls of Amanda De Costa putting Sachi Dadwal at the back foot, and she's trying to play late and put the ball in this area. Yes, this is what I was saying. There is a cover in place. Nail Anil Moli quick enough to release the ball, restricting Aisha to just a single. But what I feel is, since Amanda is bowling, very tight line, just outside the off stump, they should have one fielder, maybe the short third man or the fine third man should be in place. If the ball goes in that direction, it will go all the way for boundary. And we saw this, she is being trying this. Aisha playing straight this time to the cover for a comfortable single.
I think they need to cut off the singles. The previous over had gone for a plenty of runs. And this is probably the over Captain Vaishali Jasrani should probably be thinking to restrict as much as possible. Maybe not even go more than 3 runs in this over, as a matter of fact. And I feel the fielders, in the third man region or even at point, is standing too far out. I mean, they're standing right on the circle, although you can see there, the person at third man is on the circle, on the dot. They need to be pushing it more closer to the batter so that they can cut out even the slightest chance of the singles. Okay, there could be a slight fumble. That should be acceptable. But still, you need to have that intention to cut out each and every single possible.
Absolutely. And look at this region behind Vaishali Jasrani. There is no one. This is again a very tight line and length, not giving enough room to Aisha. Aisha is trying to cut late at the end of 14 overs. Qatar 56 for 2. A good over by Amanda De Costa, conceding just 3 runs. Qatar needing 42 runs. Required run rate have gone to 7. Interesting, a thriller on hands. 6 more overs to go. 42 runs needed.
As Vaishali Jasrani brings on Priyanka Mendonka, she's probably realizing that, okay, the slower bowlers are getting more purchase off the skiddy pitch here. Somehow or the other, they're more effective at this situation. Add that to the brilliant skills behind the stumps by Vaishali Jasrani. She's not letting anything pass by. What a shot! What a brilliant breakthrough for Priyanka Mendonka. The stumps are scattered. The bails are scattered. Crucial wicket and crucial time here to get a wicket for the Omani team. Priyanka Mendonka strikes. Sashi Dadwal is the one to fall. She goes for the huge heave down Cow's Corner, but is beaten all ends up. The slower bowlers are the trick here at the Amerat grounds here today.
I guess, the grip ball has taken, really foxed Sachi Dadwal. She was trying to hit too hard and in the process completely missed it and was clean bowled by Priyanka Mendonka.
This is clearly pressure showing on the Qatari batters. The moment you see the run rate creeping up, you do have the temptation to do something special here for the team. And nevertheless, that was, I think, Sashi Dadwal for tonight. She's had a brilliant evening so far. Unfortunately, she could not top it off with a stable innings here, as she falls to Priyanka Mendonka with Qatar 56 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Meanwhile, Alina Khan, the new batter for Qatar, replacing Sachi Dadwal, who was clean bowled by Priyanka Mendonka. A well-made 18 runs by Sachi. Qatar at 56 for 3 down.
Left-handed Alina Khan comes to the crease, and Priyanka Mendonka once again right on the money. You can see there's a bit of little bit of grass cover here on the middle of the pitch, And, the fuller lengths are wide of that grass, which is probably giving it a two-faced characteristic. So, as and when the slower bowlers or any bowler, as a matter of fact, when they're pitching it a little bit full, the ball grips onto the surface, takes a turn, and oh, that's a spilled opportunity. Is that? Or maybe I think it just falls short of Chana.
Yes, that was a shot of Saya Chana. Priyanka Mindonka displaying a quality display of slow left-arm bowling. She's pitching it up right to the batsman. Excellent spin bowling skill shown by Priyanka Mindonka. She's into her third over. She has conceded just 7 runs and took the most important wickets of Sachi Dadwal.
Yeah, Sachi Dadwal was looking set. She cracked a boundary in one of the a few moments ago. It's game on here at the Amerat Stadium. Once again, down the track. And soft dismissal here for Alina Khan, the left-handed batter for Qatar. This is game on here at the Amerat Stadium. Dancing down the track, she lofted it, trying to go over the cover region or the cover field, and straight into the hands of Amanda.
And a very comfortable catch by Sakshi Vijay Shetty, beg your pardon. It's not DeCosta, it's Sakshi Vijay Shetty. Finish it comfortably at the mid-wicket area.
Successful over here by Mendonca. She is giving the Qataris a run for their money. One more ball remaining here as Kerry comes in to face Priyanka Mendonca. Attractive bat there for Kerry. She's using a Newberry, I believe. Bats nowadays have great graphics, very attractive to the eye. Taking the middle stump guard here, Kerry.
Here comes the vice captain of Qatari side, jersey number 25, Carrie Ponsett. Now both the captain and vice captain of Qatar on the crease. Aisha the captain, Carrie Ponsett just walking in, replacing Alina Khan, who was just caught at the mid wicket by Sakshi Vijay Shetty of Priyanka Mindonka. Again a very good tight line, quality display of left arm slow bowling by Priyanka Mindonka, completing a third over, conceding just 7 runs, taking 2 important wickets. At the end of 15 overs, Qatar 57 for 4, still needing 41 runs to win this match. The current run rate creeping it. This is about 8 now, to be precise. Qatar need run at the rate of 8.20.
It's probably the first time in this entire tournament where, your entire strength of your batting lineup, your bowling lineup are being put up on display. The Qataris are 4 down. I think both the teams, when they faced the UAE, were probably in a similar situation. Both teams did not do that well against the UAE. Even Kuwait, as a matter of fact, driven down, long on was there to clear the ball as Aisha nudges it down for a single. Kerry Ponsett on strike now. Amanda DeCosta had a pretty uneventful previous over. She should probably learn from Priyanka Mendonca from the previous over where she got 2 crucial wickets here down.
Amanda DeCosta has come back very strongly. Couple of matches back, UAE has taken her for a toll. She leagued around more than 50 to 60 runs in her quota. This time, DeCosta hitting the off stump of Carrie Ponsett, missing it completely. going for a big swing, but there wasn't enough room. The ball was length line. Look at the replay. Amanda, right into the off stump, and there was no room. The ball was not that short. Carey wanted to clear it to the mid-wicket area, but couldn't connect it, missing it completely. And Oman,
That's a good strike for Oman. Kerry Ponsett played the wrong line there. The ball was not that short so that it could be pulled or work towards the leg side. However, in this instance, she falls, bringing in Angeline Mayer to the center.
excellent bowling so far by Omani bowlers. They have conceded just 7 extras in their first 15 overs and 2 leg byes and just 5 runs from the white ball. A good tight line and length on display by Omani bowling lineup. Amanda DeCosta having first wicket to her tally today. She's into her 3rd over. So far conceded 9 runs.
And as you say, bowlers bowl in pairs, or they hunt in pairs rather, Suresh.
Absolutely, I mean.
Driven down, mid-off will be there to send it back to the bowler. She has a shy at the stumps, but to no avail. Angeline Mayer off the mark on the first ball.
And I guess the spin bowling, the left and right arm slow bowling, making tricks for Oman. It's working very well, restricting Qatari batsmen to score runs freely. This time, half-hearted appeal, the ball pitching on the outside the leg stump and sure going down the leg stump.
It's not her fault. I thought it was straightening a little bit. She did think that, okay, fine, there could be a legitimate appeal there. However, you can see that Aisha is standing way outside the leg stump, to be honest. Probably move in a bit closer to leg stump and then go for the heaves. She could have a little more success. Once again, driven uppishly to long on. There will be a fielder there to throw it back to the bowler as the Qatari batters scamper for a single. They will try their best to maximize each and every ball from here on. This is almost the end of the 16th over. They do have 38 runs from 4.1 overs to get. This should be an exciting chase.
Down.
Criminal yuck. Wide down leg, and the ball shall beat all the Omani fielders. Will go down as wide and 4 byes. This is criminal yuck by Amanda DeCosta. You've had such a good over and then you spray it down leg side. Something to improve upon. In the previous over, Priyanka Mendonca had kept it so tight, such nice line and such nice length. Stick to the basics.
A good comeback. Angeline Mary playing to the mid-wicket region for a comfortable single. With this, Amanda finishes her 3rd over. Qatar at 66.
9 runs and over, and a wicket for Amanda DeCosta in this over. Qatar 66 for 5 at the end of 16 overs.
This is looking close. I mean, now required runs 32 for Qatar at the required run rate of 8. Maybe couple of boundaries here and there. They will start knocking the door for a victory. Expect a thriller on hands. Meanwhile, Priyanka Mendonca for Oman continuing her fourth and final over of quota. She has taken 2 wickets so far, pitching it up this time right into the stump. Angeline playing it straight to the mid-on for a comfortable single. Angeline Mary, I'm very impressed with her technique. She's trying to play the ball straight, showing the full phase of the bat. I don't know why she's coming at number 7 or 8. She should have been coming up with her technique ability. This time Aisha hitting it back over the bowler's head for a comfortable single. Saya Chana will cut it out. It's no single, it's a very good running shown between the wicket by the Qatari batters. A quick couple of runs. It should have been 1, but a brilliant running between the wicket by Qatari batters, converting 1 into 2.
Unfortunate there, the Omani fielding side, they're not fielding well here at this crucial passage of play. They do need to cut out each and every run they can save. Every run counts here from here onwards. 29 to win from 3.4. Big heave down mid-wicket, and that is another strike by Priyanka Mendonca. She's tempting the batter to go for the big one. As the fielder catches it, safely pouches the ball. As Aisha departs one last time here at the GCC T20 tournament at Amerat.
And this is indeed a big blow for Qatar. Aisha, the captain of Qatar, was going well. She was at 24. She was looking good. She was looking dangerous. I am sure Omani team would be more than happy to see her back now. A very crucial wicket at crucial moment by Priyanka Mendonca. She is being rewarded for bowling a tight line and length. Aisha wanted to hit it over the mid-wicket region, but in the process, ended up giving a straightforward catch at mid-wicket. Qatar 69 for 6. Still needing 29 runs. Rochelle comes into bat for Qatar. A number 8 batsman for a batter for Qatar. I think Qatar has to play out of their skin now. I've seen that glimpses Angeline Mary. She's playing straight.
To answer to your question, Suresh, when you said that why a batter like Angeline Mary is coming way down the order, I think they have a problem of plenty here. All the batters who have come before her are actually striking the ball pretty well. You see Sashi Dadwal, she played a brilliant innings today. Unfortunately, she could not last very long, but it was pretty decent. There was Shruti Ben, who was also very good while opening the innings. And of course, I don't need to say anything about Shahreen as well. She was fantastic. She was fantastic 2 nights ago. She was fantastic today. So I think it's just nothing but a problem of plenty. And once again, played uppishly towards cow corner, but will land where there is no fielder. She's safe.
So Priyanka Mendonca finishing her full quota of 4 overs. A very excellent bowling by Priyanka Mendonca today. She conceded just 11 runs in her 4 overs. And look at that wicket column for her. She took most important 3 wickets, including the prize scalp of Qatari captain Aisha, who was looking dangerous. Oman is well placed. It looks like Qatar at 70 for 6 in 17 overs, still needing 28 runs. In fact, the required run rate creeping now above 9, nearing to 10. It will be difficult for Qatar if they don't get a boundary or 2 at this moment of the game. Both the new batters on the field.
Rasfi, Bano, Emmanuel, the new batter here after The previous Qatari wicket had fallen. Slight edge. They'll run for everything now, the Qatari batters. Sliced it, literally sliced it down to third. Amanda DeCosta will have to keep it tight. She has a task cut out for the evening. It's her last over. She's gone for 18, which in a sub 100 run chase is a tad bit high. Although on a normal day you would say that, oh, job well done, but not tonight. Spraying it down, wide off. Wides are criminal at this passage of play. You have the run rate creeping all the way to 9.5 runs and over, and straight away Vaishali Jasrani running down to her bowler, trying to make her understand, keep it to the basics, keep it tight. No need to experiment. All you need to do is just put it in the right areas, trying to asking her what kind of a field are you willing to bowl to, what are you most comfortable with, because in pressure situations, this is what we have learned by watching numerous matches. You need to keep it simple, because that is what works, that is what is most effective. As Amanda DeCosta comes in to bowl her second delivery. Slice it again, down to point. Brilliant work there by Fiza. She's been good today. Almost had affected a run out earlier in the innings.
I think we saw Amanda DeCosta. This time Angeline Mary trying to hit it through the mid-wicket area. I think the ball into the gap, but the sweeper will cut it off. Qatar will have another couple of runs to their tally. Moves on to 76. Angeline Mary showing intention of grabbing a boundary here. I think this could be a crucial over, this one and the one next to this one. So far, 6 runs considered by Amanda DeCosta. This time again, Angeline hitting direct to the fielder. At the end, they could manage to complete a single run. This is good to see Qatari trying to score on each and every ball now. There is no dot ball in this over. So far, 7 runs have been collected from this Amanda DeCosta over. 2 more balls to go. Maybe a boundary here will change the scenario.
Yeah, the singles are not going to hurt Oman in any way at this stage. Yeah, I mean, just take those singles, but it's where they need to dry up. Things that they need to dry up are the extras and the boundaries. The ball is somewhere around. Vaishali just hunting for the ball. It's right there. Finally realizes it, oh, it's right here. 17 and 17.5 overs up. Qatar 78 for 6. The run rate now creeping more closer to the 10 runs and over mark. Boundaries are what they need. Some big hits, some big lusty blows here from the Qatari batters will change the game on its head. Do you think Angeline Mayer and Banu Emmanuel have it in them?
Haven't seen much of them. If you look at the last couple of matches, the Qatari top order batting was doing very well. And I think that's a problem for Qatar lower middle order batsmen. They haven't got enough time, to spend on the pitch, because bulk of their scoring was done by top order. Shireen, Nawab Bahadur, Aisha was another centurion. So this is a tricky situation for Angeline Mere and Rishpa Banu Emmanuel. Still they are fighting it. At the end of 18 overs, Qatar at 78 for 6. Still need 20. Now they need 10 runs per over. So 20 of 12 deliveries now. I think now they'll try to throw bat on each and every ball. This is now or never. Meanwhile, a bowling spearhead for Omani opening bowler, Bhakti Shetty, coming into attack.
I think it would be the penultimate over by Bhakti Shetty, and the final over would be by
Saya Chana.
Saya Chana. Yes, of course. So Captain Vaishali Jasrani has it planned out. She has 2 overs, and she's got her 2 bowling maestros up for the challenge. Bhakti Shetty opened the bowling for Oman today, and she was pretty much spot on. The ball was zipping past the batsman. She was hitting the deck hard. She was hitting the ball in the right areas. I think it will be difficult for the Qatari batsman. Once again, well negotiated by Angeline Mayer. The ball goes to Vaishali Jasrani. The batsman shall complete a single run, although there was an appeal, but umpire not interested.
Though it was a direct hit, Angeline Mayer was comfortably home. She would take the strike now. Bhakti Shetty, a very young, talented prospect of Oman cricket. She showed brilliant skill of swing bowling when she opened the inning. This time, Angeline hitting straight over the bowler said this will go for a boundary, a well-needed boundary for Qatar. I was saying Angeline Mary, she plays straight, she plays with the full face of the bat, and this time she connected very well and hit it right over the bowler's head. It's the best place in fact on the cricketing field to hit the ball. Very difficult to stop such shots, and the much needed boundary comes for Qatar.
The Qatari dugout is elated. They're making a lot of noise here at the Amerat cricket ground. Turf 1, wide off stump, once again in the air, will land safely as Samira Khan collects it and throws it back to the bowler. Oh, that's a missed run out here once again. This is where they need to come together and they need to collect their thoughts and play sensibly, the Omani fielders. They need to keep it simple, stick to the basics.
This is panic, I guess. The nerves are taking on Omanis now. Where there should have been just a single, I think they conceded 3 runs.
I tell you what, Suresh, this is going down the wire. 86 for 6 in 18.3. They need 12 runs of 1.3. This is going down the wire.
Indeed.
Full toss and brilliant chance for Bhakti to run the non-striker out.
Omani should be delighted to see the back of Angeline Mere now. She caught at the wrong foot. Bhakti Shetty was quick enough to see Angeline out of her crease and grab the ball and hit the stump.
Nerves of steel here by Bhakti Shetty. She was calm and composed, collected the ball on the follow-through, and then saw that Angeline Baer was backing too far out of her crease and immediately knocked the bails off. What a time to lose a wicket for the Qatari cricket team. 86 for 6, 12 runs needed only. The Omani team going into a huddle so that they can come out victorious here in this all-important second place match at the GCC T20 Women's Tournament. "14 balls, 12 runs. Any team would take this situation. It doesn't seem that difficult, but with the skills on offer, the Omani bowlers are doing an excellent job here restricting the Qatari batters to a scanty total of 86 right now.
Meanwhile, Rishpa will take a strike, this time trying to hit through the mid-wicket area straight to the fielder, but would manage to take a single. Rochelle, the new batter for Qatar. Rochelle Sherlin.
What a contest we have at our hands here at the Amerat Cricket Stadium, turf 1. 11 runs needed of 13 balls. Of 7 balls, I beg your pardon.
Again, a good shot to the covers area, but there is a fielder in place.
Singles won't hurt the Omani team here. Suresh.
So, yeah, absolutely. And at the end of 19 overs, Qatar at 88 for 7. They need now 10 runs from the last over. So it's 10 of 6 balls. Bhakti Shetty finishing her quota of 4 overs. Excellent bowling for her.
Very effective spell here by Bhakti Shetty. 17 runs is all right, I believe. Especially bowling the penultimate over of a T20 game is what requires nerves of steel here for Bhakti Shetty. She's done well, and as expected, the final over by Channa.
Saya Channa, an experienced bowler of Oman, bowling from the far end. The final over of an inning. Can she defend these 10 runs? This time straight to the stumps. This is what experience is. Saya Channa keeping it very, very simple. Bowling to the stump line and the batsman going for a big swing and a miss and the ball hitting the timber once again. And Saya Channa have a big relief. Qatar down 8 wickets now. 88 runs. Still requiring 10 runs to win. 5 balls remaining.
Absolutely, Suresh. This was a classic example of you miss, I hit, especially in the last over of a T20 match here. Saya Channa, what a day she's having. 6 runs of just 3 overs, and now she's got a wicket to her name.
I'm sure Omanis must be feeling they're almost there. Still, Qatar need 10 runs of 9 deliveries. Khatija Ahmad Imtiaz, the new batter for Qatar, replacing Rishpa Banu.
Vaishali Jasrani taking her time here, marshalling her troops around the field. It's an all-important last over here. 5 balls to go with the Qatari team needing 10 runs. How many times we have seen matches turn on their heads in the last over. Saya Channa once again, brilliant line here. They'll try to scamper for a single because they know that every run counts, no matter how you get it. Vaishali Jasrani just calming her team down. She needs to realize it's quite a task. 4 balls, 9 runs. You just can't afford to leak boundaries here. Even a boundary would change the entire outcome of the game.
A brilliant bowling by Saya Channa. The last ball, if you see, there was a late in swing. She is still getting the swing. The match is in the 20th over. Thanks to the match condition, this being played under floodlights, and she is getting the swing still.
The balls got heavy as well with all the dew accumulated.
Absolutely. Look
Once
at
again, brilliant line. Oh, just a fumble. Although singles will not hurt the Omani team, but a wicket would definitely dent Qatar's chances here in this competition. Trying to keep it simple here. Vaishali Jasrani, once again, you can see her trying to marshal her troops everywhere, making sure that each and every member of her team gets the message, what needs to be done.
Still 7, needed in 3 balls. Can Qatar make it? 8 in fact. 9-7 to equal 8 to win. This time playing it down the third man area, there is a cover in place. So Qatari has to settle down for single.
I think the message is clear. It's 7 runs from 2 balls. If Qatar needs to have any hope in trying to get this competition up and running and excited, this ball is the one. A big hit is very much the need of the hour here.
Maybe, it's a bit late. 7 required in 2 balls. And the bat number 9 and 10 on the crease. But you never know. Maybe a one good hit by Rishwa Banu or Khatija.
It's got to be Rizwa for sure.
Saya Channa running in to bowl Rishpa. This time she's trying to hit over the mid-wicket area. Yes, she could manage to get the boundary. A very ordinary fielding display at the boundary. We'll come back to you who was there. But yes, this was definitely she could have cut the ball. But she missed it big way. And look at this. Repeated boundary. Saya Channa bowling to the off-stump line. Rishpa smashing it to the mid-wicket area. And there is a fumble at the boundary.
As expected, the message was loud and clear by Rizwa. She is going down with a fight. The task is not yet over for Rizwa, as well as Saya Channa. You need 3 runs of the last delivery of this competition.
Maybe, what do you say? If they get 2 of the last delivery, it would be a tie.
There is no super over in this tournament. A tie would just mean that the points are shared.
Saya Channa running in to bowl the final delivery to Rishwa. Outside the off stump, it's a dot ball. And Vaishali Jasrani quick to hit the stumps.
Elated scenes here at the Amerat cricket ground. Turf 1. Oman have won the last match of their league stage here at Amerat for the tournament. What a win here for Oman by the barest of margins.
A nail-biting finish. This is what expected of this encounter. Finally, Qatar settling down at 95 for 8, just falling 2 runs short. In fact, 3 runs short to win this match. Oman would be placed at 2 on the table number. The match summary so far for Oman: Vaishali Jasrani scoring, top scorer, 23 of 33 deliveries. Amanda, a valuable contribution, 13 of 7, and Fiza with 13 and 7. Rochelle pick off the bowler and for Qatar it was Aisha all the way 24 and Sachi Dhadwal with 18.
And what amazing performance by Priyanka Mendonca. She was a pick of the bowlers with 3 wickets for 11 runs. And Saya Channa, what a last over here. The numbers don't do justice there for her performance. Snehal Nair also 3 overs, 13 for a single wicket. And at the end, Oman nailing this encounter here against Qatar by 2 runs.
Let's go straight away to the field for the tournament presentation with Pranav Mehta. It's bye for now.
As we head on towards the break, we'll join you in a bit with Pranav Mehta for the tournament presentation. Goodbye here from the Amerat grounds.
for the tournament presentation. It is Dafa News presents GCC Women's T20 Championship Cup 2022, which is brought to you live from Oman. 6 teams participated in the tournament. The hosts Oman, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. 15 matches were played in 6 days. And what a final day have we had today. All the matches were played at the Oman Cricket Academy, and the hospitality and the venues were amazing. I hope all of you all have enjoyed these world-class facilities here in Oman. Coming to the first match, Oman versus Qatar. What a nail-biting thriller was that. It was Oman who won the toss and they scored 97 for 8. And in reply, Qatar falling short by just 2 runs. What a match was that. It was both the captains, Vaishali 23 of 33 for Oman and Aisha 24 of 25 for Qatar, scoring majority of the runs. But there was one player who stood out. And to give the man of the match to him, can I please call in Mr. Dilip Mendes? He's the CDO and the national head coach of Oman. Priyanka Mendonka. 3 of 11. Priyanka, can you please come in? 3 of 11 and 8 of 14. Congratulations, Priyanka, you have done well. Priyanka, a quick word. Priyanka, there was a change in strategy from the initial matches. You stopped giving air, you bowled flatter and tighter. What's the reason behind it? Ever since, you've been unplayable.
I think all of us have to not loop the ball always, and line and length is very necessary. My coaches and my family, the team, everyone was there to back me up, so I just applied it at the right moment.
You've done well and you've made Oman proud. Congratulations. If Oman versus Qatar was a nail-biter, it was UAE who fancied their chances against the Bahraini team. UAE won the toss and they posted a mammoth 253 for 1. It was Isha Oza, 158 not out of 71. I'll tell you what, there was a player from Bahrain who scored the first 150 in women's cricket. She's the second one to do so. Kavisha did score 67 as well, and it was Lavanya who picked up 3 for 3 and Kushi 2 for 2. But every time you have 158 scored, you have to be the player of the match. Congratulations, Isha. The last time you were here with me, you were very modest, and that's why I called you Modest Isha. This time we would want you to be a little lethal. 158. What were you thinking?
I was just enjoying my batting. Watch the ball, hit the ball. That's all I wanted to do.
Some brilliant striking there. 4 massive sixes. Do you practice the 6 hitting?
Kind of. Depends. I like hitting the ball hard. So just go for it. Try it. If you clear it, you clear it. Yeah.
Congratulations. I hope you enjoy your evening furthermore. Please. It's time for the player of the tournament, and I would like you to make some guesses here. Do you have any names here? It has to be Isha Oza of UAE. She's piled on 253 runs and also picked up 3 wickets. Isha, once again, congratulations. How do you feel?
Good. I'm really happy. I really enjoyed the game today.
You're definitely happy. How is the feeling? Is this your first player of the tournament or have you won earlier as well?
No, it's my first. I've got a best batsman. This is the first player of the tournament.
You're a great player for UAE and I hope you continue doing so. Please. For further, I would please invite Mr. Paul Sheridan. He is the Vice Chairman of Oman Cricket. To start off, it is never happy moment to be second, but it is a happy moment as well. It is Oman who have finished second. I would like the team to come ahead with the captain following at the end, please. It is Mr. Paul Sheridan who is going to be presenting the medals to the Oman team. They have finished second. They have been very good. They fought hard. They won. They've lost only one game, and that is against the UAE. Happy faces all around. It is. Oman is a young squad and they have done well. With time, they will only get better. Yes, they wouldn't be content with that second position, but it's only a matter of time. That is the manager, Haider Ali Khanji. Congratulations, Khanji. And that's the captain of the Oman women's team, Vaishali Jazrani. Vaishali, I'd like to have a few words. Vaishali, it's a young squad. You have been working hard since the last 5 years, tirelessly, and this is where you are. How content are you?
Well, firstly, congratulations to UAE. Fantastic performance, splendid batting, bowling. There's lots to learn from you. Thank you so much for being a part of this wonderful tournament. To all the participation countries, you really showed a fantastic team effort, team spirit. Thank you to believe in Oman cricket. Well, when it comes to the Oman women's cricket team, yes, it's been a long journey from 2009 that we ever started. And it's tireless, it's sleepless nights for me, but overall it's the passion which runs in our family blood and the amount of patience the board members have given it to me, so thank you very much. Today is the family of all the parents, the team officials which have led, and it's a privilege that we have worked for Oman Cricket and served the country.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Vaishali. I hope you enjoy the moment. It's time for the champions. It is the UAE. Can I please ask the team to come forward? The captain will be the last one to join. And after that, you can get the trophy. So please. They have done well and they've been very, very clinical. In all three departments, all the other GCC women's team would be taking a bite from their life. Batting, bowling, fielding, they have been spot on. They won all their 5 league matches and they have topped the table. And they saved their best for today. Today is when they scored 253 runs. That's the manager and coach of UAE cricket team. Cheers all around. And that's the captain of Chaya Mughal. That's the championship trophy being presented to Chaya Mughal. Chaya, congratulations. How good does it feel to have the championship in your hands?
It's amazing. I mean, who wouldn't mind that? It's lovely to hold a trophy. You know, you work hard and you get paid for it. That's satisfactory.
For sure. Chaya, I would like to ask you a couple of questions. Firstly, you have told me in the previous toss times that you are planning a process, and that's the World Cup qualifiers, and you're running for it. How important is this trophy in that journey?
Well, yes, that's completely right, because we are aiming for the World Cup qualifiers and it's just one step away from us. So this was a kind of a preparation matches for our youngsters, especially for our under-19 girls, which they've done extremely well. You know, I couldn't be more than happy to tell you all that, you know, girls of under-19, they've shown their character, they've done well, whatever the responsibilities we gave them, they're up for it, you know, and we look forward for playing more tournaments like this, especially thanks to Oman Cricket. You know, they've done a wonderful job, wonderful grounds, the food was amazing, the mountains are good, so what else you want, you know, everything is on the top. Plus the trophy, it's like cherry on the top of the cake.
Just one final question. The men's team came here. They won the 3 matches series, 50 overs. They won the quadrangular series. They won the ICC men's qualifier T20. The women's came here. You guys won the trophy. Do you find this home away from home?
Well, you can say it's sort of a competition between them and us. You know, they are proving it to the girls, maybe you can say that, and we are proving it to them. So it's in the end, you know, it's benefited to UAE, and that's what UAE is looking forward for. So yes, one step away, and we're really hoping to go there and play the World Cup.
I will not take any longer. I'll let them celebrate with you. It is the UAE who are the GCC Women's T20 Championship Cup 2021 champions.
UAE are the champions, and that's it from दोनों में बोल दो.
It is UAE who are the champions, and that's it from us here at the presentation. Congratulations, UAE.